Hi, welcome to the January 8th, 2021 Club Cubase Google Hangout. We'll get started here in just a couple minutes. I'm going to do a quick audio test and we'll begin in a few moments. Hi, welcome. Okay, so audio sounds like it's coming through fine. My name is Greg Undo. I'm going to be the host for the Hangout today. If you haven't attended a Hangout before, how it works is you could have questions submitted in advance to clubcubase at steinberg.de, or you could just simply ask them in the live chat field. We'll try to go through as many questions as we can chronologically. I'm presenting from just outside Washington, D.C. area in the United States, in Alexandria, Virginia. And we'll be getting started here in just a couple minutes. If you're watching the replay of this, you may want to skip ahead a few minutes. We'll be doing some brief introductions and we'll get moving on after that. But so just how the Hangouts work, if you haven't attended a Hangout before, is you could, submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de or simply ask them in the live chat field. The questions will come in faster than my ability to actually answer them. So if we could try to avoid asking the same question repeatedly over and over again if I haven't gotten to it. So we'll try to go through as many questions as we can chronologically. And at sometimes I may lose, depending on the chat field, it may get refreshed and I may lose a couple questions. So I'll apologize in advance for that, depending on how active the discussion is. Like many of you during the pandemic times, I have my family at home, so I may be interrupted by my son when he finishes with his virtual school for the day. And you may hear my wife directly above me, who's working diligently as well. So I'll apologize for any interruptions and we'll try to keep those as minimal as possible. If you're attending the Hangout Live, you may feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. So I see that we have a couple people already on. So we see that we're going to have, we see Jay from New Haven, Connecticut. We have Ace. You see Vinny from Orlando, Florida. You see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin. So let's see who else is on. Tez from UK. Okay, we'll get started here in just a couple minutes. Okay, so we see Jazz Dude, who's on from Germany, I believe Heidelberg area. All right, so we have Stefan from Sweden. All right, we have Soren from Sweden. All right, we have Phoenix, Arizona. Taylor from Pine Grove. All right, more people from Sweden. We have Rodney from California. We have Ted Springman from Sherman Oaks. Louis from Chino. We have Greece. Rick Valentine, good to see you on the Hangout. He's wishing everyone a happy Thursday from Charlotte. He must be very busy composing because it is Friday. But when you work from home, you tend to only work on days that end in the letter Y. All right, so we have Bob Ross from St. Louis, Missouri. All right, so we have Belleville, Illinois. We have Jan from Sweden, who does the Cubase Index. All right, so we have Russia, Wayne Taylor, North Carolina. All right, so we have Ireland. There's Cubase. All right, so we see Pablo from Galicia, España. All right, so we have Finland. We have Tim from Mission Viejo. We have Michael from Weatherford, Texas. Robbie Bowling from Dallas. Paolo from UK. All right. And good to see Sal from, I believe he's in Tampa. Good to see you on Hangout, Sal. get started here in just a couple minutes. And if this is your first time on a Hangout, please make sure you let us know as well. All right, so we have San Antonio. All right, so we see Agent K. All right, so we have Arnold from NL. I assume that's Netherlands. All right, so we have Sicily, Italy. All right, so we have Israel. We have Sub 403s in British Columbia. All right, so we have Northern Italy. All right, we'll wait in our minute or two, see if we get some more people logged in. All right, so Millard Brown from Pennsylvania. All right, so we have, I think it's Paney21, it's first time. Welcome to the Hangout. All right, so we have the Tuba guy. Good to see you again on the Hangout. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we see from Jay from New Haven, Connecticut. I hope that all is well. I'm writing to ask Steinberg to add more MIDI grooves, samples for other than drums, since Easy Bass and Easy Tunes seem to be the only route. So there are a lot of different, a lot of people miss, some of the user content that comes with it. So if you want to just go to loops and samples, there's a whole plethora of, if you go into the SQL library, so if you wanted to have, acoustic bass, you could just kind of click here. And these are all different MIDI grooves. But if you wanted to also get into, like, the SQL library is a good place to kind of start off. But if you want to get into, keyboard parts, so let's just say, I'll just scroll up. And say, like, even electric piano parts, and these will take a little longer to preview just because they are or if you wanted different organ parts, electric bass, so it was one that you had mentioned. So if you wanted to just kind of come right over here, say, okay, there's electric bass, a number of different ones. And these will automatically have the keys assigned so that they'll automatically follow the chord track as well. Or if you wanted to have, organ sound. So these aren't limited to just, like, as you say, drum parts. So a lot of content will be drum parts, but you can come over here and have all your different synth lines. So there's lots of different options that you'll see available directly in here. So, if you wanted to have harp, flute, electric piano, bass, so a lot of different. And then once you get into, you have acoustic pianos as well. So make sure that you go through all of those. And even with the newer content, there's a lot of MIDI loops within there that was introduced within Cubase 11. All right, so a question from Ace Amadeus. He's always very diligent getting his questions in early in the Hangout. Good to see you on a Hangout. Okay. Does Steinberg have expression maps downloads for Iconica Ensemble and Steinberg Symphonic Orchestra? Thanks. So you don't really have to come up with expression maps for those because they automatically will be generated by the instrument themselves. So let's say if I wanted to go to Hallian Sonic SE and I wanted to add one of the instruments. Let's say I wanted to do from Iconica. So let's say I wanted to have my high ensemble here. So I'll just load this particular patch up. And so let's say so if I wanted to, let me just find one that has maybe some more key switches. So I'll just say, let's get to the sections and players, and I'll just do, let's say violins, and we'll do, let's say standard. So as we will go ahead and load this up, so we'll have key switches here. But all you have to do is, if we have a part, you could just go directly to the part editor, and you'll see the expression map setup. And all you have to do is click on import key switches, and then the key switches will automatically be added for you. So you don't really, for Hallian-based instruments, you don't have to worry about downloading or making maps. You could just click on import key switches, and the instrument itself will automatically spit out all the expression maps for you. So give that a try, Ace. And it's a great thing about kind of the Hallian-based instruments is they're smart enough to be able to do that. So even if you make your own instrument, the expression maps and all the articulations will automatically be extracted out of the instrument. All right, so question from Tez. Can you go through how to move parts of a loop with audio warp? I need the snare and kick to match the grid. The loop already fits perfectly between 4 bars. Okay, so let's go ahead and just drop a loop in, and we'll show you how you can kind of change the timing of different loops. So let's say if I wanted to come here. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's say we have this particular loop. And what we want to do is we could just kind of go to, if I wanted to change kind of the feel of the loop. So let's say if I wanted like some of the snares to be a little earlier or later in time to change the feel, come over here and just click on free warp, and then you could enable that, and you can kind of put like different warp markers. You can say, okay, I want like this to actually just come in right at that time. I want this to, and sometimes you may want to put like a warp marker in where you don't want it, like before or after, to kind of constrain the placement of that. But that's really kind of all you have to do, is just say, okay, I want to do that, and reposition each of the notes, and you could have kind of a different feel. And you could obviously do it more musical than that, but let's say you want this to fall directly on a beat. You could just move that, and if you wanted that to maintain its position, just kind of click after. You could put a warp marker in, and then just kind of drag as you see fit, just like that. So you can play around with that, Tez, and see, then you could have kind of the same timing, but you could change the feel within the length of the loop. Okay, so I see from Jay, question reminds me to ask, was the Opus upgrade accidentally left off of the instrument and sample discounts? I can't seem to find it for some reason. Take my money. So I think that the Iconica promotion may be over currently. But there was discounts. I think the Opus is just a combination of the 2 different Iconica libraries. All right, so we see Brianna from Yotown, longtime viewer and user of Cubase and Wavelab Pro. Great to see you on the Hangout again. Good to see Neurotic Nexus on the Hangout. All right, so says, hi Greg, quick question. I use SonarWorks alongside Waves Abbey Road Studio 3. I've got them in my control room inserts. Which order Would I put them Sonar Works before or after Abbey Road Studio? So I haven't really worked extensively with either of those particular plugins. My inclination would be to maybe have the Sonar Works, which is kind of the room reference, to kind of make up for anomalies, like sonic anomalies in your room. To correct that I would probably have that last in the signal flow, but maybe other people that have worked with both of those in combination could comment as well. Okay. Okay, just going through, you see a bunch of introductions already. So, and if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, make sure you do that. So I see a question from Crystal Milliken. Hi from South Carolina, I believe SC. So I'll assume as an ignorant American, South Carolina. Is there anywhere where I can get more tutorials for using Nuendo with Oculus VR? There is some on the Nuendo YouTube channel. There is some content, some tutorial contents for working in VR. Sometimes it's hard to do a working in VR demonstration with, and have it without wearing the goggles while you're doing it to experience it. So sometimes you could, try to show what the functionality is, but you may not get a sense of what's actually happening unless you have the goggles on. So it can be hard to get a sense. So that's probably why you don't see a lot of, general kind of, virtual reality YouTube tutorials. But I know that I'm going to be getting a new computer where I'll have kind of VR capabilities. So we'll see if we could kind of get some additional content created. All right, so we see from Louis Rivera, love your stuff and appreciate your stuff, bro. So that's good. Glad it's helpful. All right, so we have Ali from Iran. This is thankful to answer this question. So we try to get through as many as possible. Even if I don't know the answer, I'll try to get through it. All right, my chat field just kind of jumped on me. Bear with me just a second. All right. All right, so a question, is it possible to see EQ numbers as knobs in the inspector tab, left zone? No, you can do it in the edit tab. So let's say if I select my audio channel, I think this may be just kind of for size. So let me just... So I don't think that this is kind of changeable to knobs, and it might be just kind of get it to fit directly in this kind of form factor to kind of make it more to kind of fit within the sizing of the inspector. So I don't know of a way to switch it from slides to knobs, but you're always one mouse click away from having access to it there. But I think it may be just kind of the size, the physical size of the inspector kind of lends itself more to the sliders. But I'll mention that again to development team. All right, so I see question. I'd love for you to discuss if there's a way to do multi-mono processing. Thank you. All right, so if we wanted to do this, and I'm not sure how it works in other programs. I think Cubase might be slightly different, but let's say if I wanted to apply different processing on my left and right channels, let's say maybe dynamics processing. So I could come here, let's say I have a compressor, and I'll just have two compressors. So I'll just kind of come right over here. So we have our two compressors, and what we could do is in the inserts is just come over here and you have a routing option. So we could choose for these to both be in mono, and we could choose just by opening the routing editor, which, so at this point we could say that this is going to be in the right channel for that particular plugin, and this particular insert will just be in the left channel. So you could just kind of pick and choose exactly what channel. So once again, you could do that via inserts and do routing just like that. Also, if you wanted to add, let's say, an effects channel track to, particular channels. So let's say if I have a stereo reverb and we've added that, you could go directly. So let's say if we wanted to go to our sends here, we could say, okay, we have our send level, and then we could pan independently here for your sends. But, check out, you could do, you have 16 insert slots, so you could have, different ones, and click on the routing tab, and then you can just simply pick and choose what exact channels that you want to where you want the routing to apply. So you could have a separate compression on your left and right channels if you wanted to in the same track. All right, so we're saying kudos to Jan at CubaseIndex.com, where you could actually search for all the questions that we've done in Hangouts. So thanks, Jan, for offering that service. All right, so we have Soundar from Bangalore. So we see from Captenergy Music, is the closed captioning new? I mean, I know it happens on the recording, never noticed it live. I believe it just kind of will do it live as well if you have it if you have it enabled for the particular video. So that's why I try not to go longer than 4 hours. I learned the hard way after many people complained that I had one Hangout that lasted 4 hours and 2 minutes, and beyond 4 hours, that's when the automatic closed captioning stops on the recorded video. So that's why I always, if you see me rush off at the very end, it's to try to get all of the different closed captionings for different people. Okay, so I just see sequel questions. So in this may be from Jay's question about the content. So even if you don't have the sequel content set, I believe that you could just kind of come right, without sequel, once you get to your media, and kind of jump here that, part of the installations of Cubase in the window will include all of the SQL content. And SQL was, or is, kind of a program that was kind of very loop-based, but we see kind of a lot of the features that kind of just migrated into Cubase. All right, question from Gareth, K Music. Good to see you on the Hangout, Gareth. Could you show some advanced tool options in the sample editor using hit points and warp options? Thanks. Okay, so let's take a look. So we did a little bit where some of the warping functions, but if you wanted to, go to hit points, let's say if we have a particular drum loop, so I'll just come over here, let's say I'll just grab one from Hip Hop Vault here. Okay, so let's say we have this as our drum loop. All right, so we saw that with once we're in kind of our audio warp, that we could just simply enable free warp. So if we wanted to just kind of change the feel of different parts, we could come. So let's say if I wanted this to come in just a little bit early or late, we could just adjust kind of the timing and change the feel of your loops. And that's some of the different free warp options. So, if someone was just a little early or a little late and you don't want to do all sorts of painful editing, or they're just not getting the groove, you could do that. Now, working with hit points, Cubase will automatically kind of, determine and create hit points based upon as the audio file is recorded. So if I wanted to come over here, one of the things is, let's say if I have my quantized value now set to quarter notes, and I really like the feel of this particular drum loop, I could, based upon the slices here, we could say, let's go ahead and so we could create slices. So I'll just take that out of musical mode. I'll just start from scratch here again. So I'm going to take this out of musical mode. And let's say now if I wanted to create slices, we could now take this particular part here. So we have our drum loop. And if I wanted to just quantize these straight to, let's say, eighth notes, I could just hit Q. And then that will shift the different events and kind of change the feel of it. Now, if I really like this particular feel that we have, and as we've done this, it'll take that into the part editor. But we could also just say create groove. And once we create a groove, I can now have the feel of these different slices as a groove quantized preset. So that when we go to open it up, we can see the name of the loop, and we can say, I want the other parts to follow the feel, and I want to have my MIDI and other audio parts quantized based upon that particular loop. So as we also wanted to come over here, we could choose to, create regions. We could create warp markers automatically based upon the different events. And there's also, if you have a particular drum, let's say just a kick drum, you could create MIDI notes here. So you could have each of the hit points, just lay out markers, create regions, or your warp markers, so that you could just kind of nudge things around. So this will allow you, as we kind of saw previously, just how we could go to audio warp and kind of change the feel of different loops. Okay, so we have J. Claude from France, wishing everyone Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. All right, so we have George Jacob giving everyone a shout out from California. Okay, so a question from Jan. If a library in Media Bay doesn't show up, what is the best way to fix that? Thanks, Jan. So if you want to come over here, if you don't see the icon show up here in the loops, I've had this happen to me as well. And I had to just resetting my preferences would do a new scan for that. But within the Media Bay, a lot of times if it's, particular, maybe just loops that you've acquired, if you go to the Media Bay, you can come over here on the left-hand side and you can see, go to your file browser under this computer. And you can say, okay, I wanted to add this particular folder for Media Bay. I could just come right here and say, I want this folder to automatically be added. And now Media Bay will be able to see any folder that you've kind of defined directly in the list here. So Jan, if you could let me know if it's one of the libraries here. I think if you go into your preference files, with older versions, I found I think it's the MediaBay.default and the MediaBay.db. If you kind of move those to a different location, like your desktop, that'll rescan, and then you should see all the different library icons that come with Cubase here. Another method that you could do is also there's a Steinberg library manager. And as soon as you come over here, you can say, okay, here's all my Cubase files. And all you'd have to do is find them on your hard disk, right click, or often double clicking if it's a .vst sound file. Just double clicking and having that automatic and saying open in the library manager, or right clicking and saying open the .vst sound in the Steinberg library manager. That will make the association as well. So there's a couple of different techniques you could try. Okay, so we have a question from Jay. What is SQL? SQL was kind of an entry-level program that Steinberg launched maybe about 10, 12 years ago. So it was kind of a very easy, fresh approach. And a lot of the principles and content have migrated into Cubase as well. So it's not as popular as it was, but it was kind of a new kind of entry-level program. All right, so I'm just saying from Paney21, can someone email me here? No audio, tried everything, new to Cubase. So if you're not, hearing audio, it's probably just make sure that you're, seems like I'll just do a quick audio test to make sure that it's still kind of going on as expected. Bear with me just. You can make sure that. Okay, so you can make sure like that your YouTube isn't muted, in the YouTube player. So you could give that a try and see if that makes a difference for you. Seeing some more comments on the real-time closed captioning. So it's a pretty cool thing that YouTube does. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to turn single notes into chords? No vids on YouTube. And I looked through the chords menu, Cubase 8 Pro. So, you could, I think Cubase 8, I'm not sure if Cubase 8 had the chord pad or not. So here you could just say, I think, trying to remember if this came in 8 or 8.5. But if we have like just an electric piano, we could just, play these particular chords. And let me just go down. So we could trigger one MIDI note that triggers, here I am starting at C1, and now I could do that. So if you don't have the chord pads, that's one way of playing chords from a single note. Also, another way that you could do it is if you go to, let's say, our MIDI inserts. So one of the effects that you could have for the part. So say if we go to our MIDI inserts here, there is a quarter plugin. And this could take different And here you could just play one note and have it trigger chords. So let's say if you wanted to come over here to different voicings. And then if you wanted to record those changes, all you'd have to do is play the one note and hit record, and you could enable the record here. And as I play, it would actually just record the chords instead of just a single note that triggered them. So those are a couple of things that you could do to play chords from a single note. All right, so we have a question. If I play something on a MIDI track from my electric piano, so let's say I have a part like this. Let me just deactivate the quarter plugin. So if I play something on a MIDI track from my electric piano, and then I want to change some of the notes in it, do I need a synthesizer to play it with the new notes? You don't need to do it. So if you want to just change the notes, you could just edit, kind of as you see fit here. So if I'm assuming that your electric piano has MIDI that's been put in, so you don't have to. If you want to just change notes, you can edit. You can freely move your notes to different parts if you wanted to. So all that is very easy. So you don't need to have another synthesizer to do that. So. Okay, so I may have misunderstood Payne's question. Can someone email me here? No audio. Tried everything new to Cubase. So if it's the Cubase, you're not getting audio in and out. You probably want to go to your Studio menu. Sorry for being dense if I misunderstood. Go to Studio Setup, and then you'll probably see Audio System. And here you want to select your audio interface. So just, and if you have a particular interface, you would probably see like a Core Audio on Mac or an ASIO driver on Windows. And that would allow you to tell it what audio interface is being used. So we could do that. And what you want to do after that is go to the audio connections and set your inputs here, and you want to define which physical input of your audio interface is going to be used here, and your outputs, you want to define the outputs of your audio interface there. So if you haven't told Cubase which audio interface to use, because most people in Cubase will use a dedicated audio interface as opposed to the onboard audio. You could use the onboard audio, but that should get you started. Okay. Hi, Greg. I work with MIDI a lot, switch between editing modes as quantization and nudge, copy, paste, etc. The bottom window, my cursor in a range window, top doesn't follow, same in the bottom. All right, so there is a little setting here. So let's say, as you notice that when I zoom in, that these two will be in sync. But if you disable the link project and lower zone option, this icon here, then these two are independent of each other. But if you wanted the lower zone editors to be the same and in sync, that's what it is by default, but these could be independent as well. So we could just have those kind of set independently, or click that icon to enable the timing to be in sync. All right, so we see is Cubase going on sale soon. You know, there's always different promotions that are going on throughout the year. So, you know, so you could check. I don't think there's currently a Cubase promotion going on since we just released Cubase 11 in November. So, but, you know, always look forward to different seasonal promotions. There's kind of generally, you know, monthly sales promotions. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Let me just try to go back to where I was. All right, so we see a question from, is there a way to turn on musical mode automatically when importing loops or samples? So I don't know of a way to do that. You know, I think that if the loops themselves have tempo information, tempo metadata, that they will import into musical mode. And if they don't, by default, they will import into linear or non-musical mode. So I think that's how it kind of works by default. But if you wanted to change them quickly, you know, you could select all the audio events on your project and switch them to musical mode, or just directly from the pool window. Here you could disable musical mode for numerous tracks kind of all at once. So you could do it just kind of like that. So, but I've kind of asked for, you know, maybe a modifier key when you drag a file in that's in musical mode automatically or not. All right, so Sub 403 wants everyone to hit the like button. Yeah. So Michael wants everyone to whack the like button so my son could get more Legos. So that's good. He needs more. He's getting into all the robotic stuff. Okay, so question, what's the difference between multiband expander and a multiband compressor? When should you use the multiband compressor? So a lot of people will use like a multiband compressor for kind of like a mastering scenario. And with a multiband compressor, what you're going to be able to do is, let's say if we have a drum loop here, or if you have like a whole mix going on, you know, a lot of times, you know, multiband compressors kind of came in for working with mixes. So let's say if I wanted to jump to a particular project and I just wanted to put that final little polish on. A lot of times, you know, people would do mastering and not have the ability to kind of, you know, work with different elements of tracks. So what we want to be able to do is to come here and I'll just, so say as we're playing this, so what the multiband compressor is going to allow you to do is to, take each of the individual frequency ranges and apply different dynamics. So you can boost, but what it's going to allow you to do is kind of bring out or take away, just apply compression on specific frequency ranges. So let's say if I want to do this for kind of to enhance the mids. If I really wanted to do just like to get the snare a little more controlled when I didn't have access to like the multi-tracks. And with that, you could also do like a multi-band expander. And this will kind of be similar, except for it's going to, instead of just doing kind of downward, you're going to have the capability of being able to expand. So instead of just compression, you're going to be able to kind of add more signal to the different frequency ranges here. So kind of similar in concept of being able to, when maybe you don't have access, like if you just have a stereo mix, but you wanted the bass to be a little more controlled, or you wanted to bring the vocal up, that's when you could use kind of multi-band compressors and expanders. Okay, just going through more of the discussion. Okay, just assembled, I'm just reading from Neurotic Nexus, just assembled my new Ryzen DAW, now struggling to find the right power options in my BIOS to turn these off. So many options I've never seen before, and I'm rather old, laughing out loud. One of the things that you could do to kind of, Cubase has a setting, for power management. So if you go to this audio system, and here you can see it especially on, I think maybe on the PC side, but you'll see kind of in this area, something that says, use Steinberg power scheme, because a lot of computer companies, especially laptops, are very guilty of this. Will try to throttle and cut back the amount of processing that the main CPU is doing to make the battery life longer, because that's a bigger criteria for laptops. But it's probably exactly what you don't want to do for a DAW scenario. So, but here, you check that out within Cubase. And I know Jazz Dude works a lot with Ryzen systems and AMD systems. So, NAC's already kind of chimed in. So, and he's also suggesting using the Steinberg power scheme. Okay, so let's see. Is it possible to select erase tool when you select multiple events, MIDI notes? It deletes erases automatically, not selecting and then select again to erase. Let's take a look. All right, so let's say if I wanted to do this, select all of the notes here. So let's see if I think I'm going to try just holding down Alt or Option. So let's say if I wanted to erase all the notes like after this point, I'm just going to hold down the Alt or Option key, and that will erase all the notes on that particular pitch. So without having to select a bunch of them and then having to switch, you could also select and hit the delete tool, but try, if you want to do for just the hold down Alt or Option key, and then you could delete every note after that point just with the eraser tool. So give that a try and let me know if that works for you. All right, so we have a question. Can you show the metadata fields in Wavelab and explain a bit? I'm clueless about that. How important is it with metadata when releasing songs through DistroKid to Spotify, etc.? So let's take a quick look. I haven't released anything for those platforms, but I think there's kind of a big industry movement for metadata. So let's go ahead and open up Wavelab and discuss. So I think the one that's probably the most universal will be the cart metadata, which I believe is kind of basically the AES standard. So let's go ahead and just open up. Okay, so as soon as we go to the metadata here, here I think that the cart, that metadata, that's the one that's going to be most widely kind of translated between different platforms. So, I think it's important to always have more metadata than you need. The worst case scenario is, your song could be tracked easier and you could get paid more easily by the company. So it's always good to try to put a lot of different metadata into, and I know people that sneakily have gotten credits and, production and some songwriting credits by putting in extra metadata. It's kind of a little sneaky trick. May not be so ethical, but, check out definitely kind of the cart. I think this is kind of the most widely utilized metadata format that you could have for your audio. Okay, seeing more discussion of power schemes for Ryzen systems. All right. So question. Hi, Greg. Are you aware of any audio or MIDI loops, Steinberg or otherwise, a piano, EP, clavinet, or Hammond stylistic performances, which could be used to create realistic parts in original composition? So yeah, just like we were discussing a bit earlier, come over here to loops and samples and check out, like the SQL library. So let's say if you wanted to have, you can see all the different instruments here. So if you want to say clavinet, there's some good ones in here that I've heard used on lots of projects. Jingles. So even if you want it, I think there's, but you could also just kind of come over here. So if you're looking for, acoustic guitar stuff. And these will automatically kind of follow the key. Different arpeggiated lines. So, and you could even kind of just come here, say, okay, I wanted to do different loops. So say, okay, I just wanted to, look for particular types. You could just say, I just wanted to have MIDI loops. And I will just look only for MIDI loops here. So let's say, or electric grand pianos. Some organ stuff as well. So, definitely kind of, look through kind of like all the sequels. The first place I would start looking, but you could, just kind of come over here and just say, okay, I'm looking for. So these are all different organ loops. Again, these are all just MIDI, so you could. So there's some different ones that you could check out and use all of those. Okay, so how do you change the export name from showing Cubase even when you name your song? So let's say if we go to our export audio mixdown, there are different naming schemes that you could have. So if you just wanted to put the channel name or the name, so it was really often, the name that's kind of typed in here. So I'm not sure. So if it's the name, if your export is, coming up with, Cubase here, it may have just been entered in manually by, generally by the user. So that's something that you could check out. But, there's different naming schemes that you could employ here. So if you wanted to just put in free text, channel numbers, project name, or just kind of type in whatever name you want for the project as well. So, but I don't think it automatically puts Cubase in the name of the audio file. Okay. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of great discussion on Ryzen chip optimization. All right, so we got a revelation today for the create groove from the hit points for Gareth. So I feel that my job is complete today if Gareth gets his revelation in. Okay, so just see question, when I use Cubase 11 elements, when I use the browser to close my sample packs, it shows the folder, but it doesn't show samples and play them. Is it because elements, it lets play straight from MB? Maybe that's motherboard. So, while you're over here, so you could just, see your different loops here. So let me see if I have elements. I think I may not have version 11 elements, but let's take a look. So I think I have 10.5. So let's say okay, so when I come over here, so let's say I do my loops and samples, here. I feel I'm to where it's Okay, so it says when I use the browser to choose my sample packs, it shows the folder, but it doesn't show any samples and play them. Is it because of elements? So if I wanted to look for, let's say, particular samples, so if I wanted to jump to particular locations, let's say if I'm in elements, I'll just jump home, and then I'll come over here to file browser, and let's say I'll just go to this computer. I should have some audio file folders here, so let me just so now if I just wanted to just select so all the files are playing directly here as well without any problems. So if it's for like the Steinberg content, you should be able to just play it immediately. If it's for a folder that's on your hard drive, just go to your file browser, and then you should be able to kind of play any audio file and browse it just like that. If it's that you see maybe a reference to the files, but in the media, but you don't, like maybe if you see these, but you don't see any sounds within these, it could be, with the Cubase 11, they broke apart all the different installers. So make sure that you have all of the content you downloaded and installed individually as well. Okay, so I just see speakerphone 2 questions. So I'm not sure if, and I think there may have been a plugin called Speakerphone 2. So, but, if you wanted to take, let me just, I'll just import an audio file. So if you want it like, maybe to sound like an AM radio or sound like it's on speakerphones, like to get that type of effect, I'll just come. So let's say if I do. So let's say if I have just a
season and then to have to do the tiebreaker math at the end, which we were all doing.
So if I wanted to do kind of like a speakerphone type of effect, I think one of the EQ options that you'll have.
In Victory Lane for Sports Center, just moments after you'd won the race in the championship. And I asked you a question then that you weren't ready to answer, but I'm going to ask you now. We've had a little while.
So let's say we'll load preset.
Look at this list of all-time open wheel champions. And, you've moved from that group of 3, which was an unbelievable group, into that group of 4-time champions. It's Mario Andretti, Sebastian Bourdais.
So, if you want to do like a phone line type of thing, you could just pull up a preset like that. So if you wanted to bypass that.
You said it's a little too soon to think about that. Have you had a chance to think about the history that you laid down on?
But maybe if you could give a little more details on speakerphone 2. All right, so we just see when will Cubase 11 Pro be updated. So they're kind of working on a maintenance version as we speak. So I think we should see it pretty soon. Okay, so I see why is there too much delay? It's kind of annoying. So I'm not sure what delay you're referring to. So sometimes there is a latency from when there's more questions than, the questions come in a lot faster than my ability to answer them. So if it's a delay in response, we try to get through these, we try to get through the questions as quickly as we possibly can. But I'm not sure if it's like a delay plugin that you're talking about. So, but we'll try to get all the questions answered. So, and there's also a delay from when I speak to when the live stream is happening as well. All right, so we have a question. Can I export the markers? So markers can be exported as part of a standard MIDI file. So let's say if I want to come here to new project. And I will just add a marker track. And we may have to add just a quick MIDI part, like a blank MIDI part here. So let's just put like just one note. And now we go to export MIDI file. So we'll do marker test. And as you see here, you see export markers. So I'll just say yes, and I'll close this. And let's go ahead and import our MIDI file. We'll create a new project. Let's get to the desktop. And we'll see our export, our marker test. And come right here, and all the markers have been carried over. So you may have to have an actual, just a blank MIDI part, but you could just simply export your markers as a standard MIDI file. Okay, question from Block. Hi, Greg. Currently have a PS Audio DAC as my audio interface, which does not give me any control over buffer settings, control panel control panel unclickable? How much of a setback is this in music production aspect? So sometimes if you have an audio interface, there's, I think like in the old days, I haven't worked with one in forever, but I remember when the Mode 2 828s or when Mode 2 came out with like their ADAT based interfaces that you couldn't access kind of the control panel directly from while your DAW was open. You would have to close the DAW and go into the control panel for the audio interface. So some audio interfaces don't allow you to access the parameters via control panel while the DAW is running. So you may have to, if there is a control panel for the audio interface, you may have to open it outside of the DAW and adjust the latency or buffer settings there, and then that will take place. And I realize that could be a bit inconvenient, but that's kind of the design of some audio interfaces. But if you still don't have that, if it's kind of like a plug and play thing and you don't have any control of it whatsoever, if the latency is fine for you, and you don't, and you feel it's responsive enough as you record and it holds itself well as you have larger projects, then it's not a big drawback. Often people may record at lower buffers, and as they add effects and instruments, and while they're in the mixing stage, they may, just raise the buffer to give a little more headroom to the processor of the computer. But if your projects don't require that, then it's not a huge thing. But check to make sure that you may just have to exit out of Cubase to adjust the buffer and then come back, which is kind of a drag, but it is what it is. All right, so see a nice comment from Alan Joseph. Cubase has been my DAW choice since the early 90s. I've used it on hundreds of records and great remixes released. The real DJ AP, NRC Productions. That's great to hear. Thanks for sharing, Alan. Okay. All right, just going through comments here. Okay, so just see a question. Wondering what causes the latency issues to build up so quickly. Is it my use of third-party plugins or what? I'll start a session with absolutely zero latency on my microphone, but soon as I begin to add plugins on my stereo channel, especially third-party plugins from Voxengo, everything breaks loose with my latency and I get a real lag. So try, anytime that you actually, let's say you're just recording a vocal and it seems like a really simple thing, ask yourself if you really need to have all of like a mastering chain while you're tracking. So, you may not need all of those plugins on your master effects processor. And one thing that's an interesting test that you could do is, let's say and we could see this in kind of the full mixer view. So I'll just come here and let's go to our full mixer view and I'll just activate the right zone. But there is but there is a channel latency setting. So let's say I'm here and I have, a bunch of plugins instantiated. So let's say, okay, I have a multiband compressor and I want to have, all other types of plugins. So let's say multiband envelope shaper, whatever EQs you want to have. So as you start adding, we can think of using a plugin has a tax to it, and that tax is latency. So as we want to start working with this, you may go, oh, I just have all these plugins, but I only have one track. And why do I have such latency? But we can see that just those 3 plugins I've added has added 125 milliseconds of latency. So once we have the channel latency monitor turned on, this will give you an idea of exactly which plugins, and if you click here, you could actually see the latency of your different plugins directly here. So multiband compressors are kind of notorious for adding a lot of latency. So, while you're tracking vocals, do you really need these particular plugins active on your master bus? So probably the answer may be no. Now, another quick way of dealing with that is there's this little button called the constrained delay compensation. So if I wanted to have something where we could turn off plugins that create a lot of latency, and I don't want to go through every single track and do this, you could click on a constrained delay compensation button. And what that'll do is just bypass the plugins that are causing a lot of latency. So you could do your vocal tracking. It's not, that plugin is basically temporarily disabled. Then when you're done with your tracking, you could, deactivate the constrained delay compensation and everything will be right back to where it was. So, think about that as you work and, and as you go to the channel latency, just take a look and you can see exactly which plugins are going to be causing that particular latency with the channel latency settings. So. All right, so I just see I have no sound when I activate the quarter. So let's say I'll just quickly add an instrument track. Okay, so let's say I'm going to come right over here. So make sure that you hear. All right, so now I have a whole bunch of unnecessary latency. So let's say, all right, so as I want to go to the quarter, so we'll go to our MIDI inserts. And once again, just come over here to the quarter plugin. So it's just. So you should be able to hear it as long as it's, turned on, that it's active. So give that a try again and see if you can hear it, but, and also see if you don't hear the track, like if the track isn't armed, the quarter won't work. So make sure that you're actually hearing the MIDI to the track. And at that point you could, just turn this on. Okay, so as you see, the quarter was solved just by adding a preset. Okay, so I see a question. When I used a chord pad and I used the pads quickly, my note is muted and the chord sign is shown. If I approach the chord softly, it'll play the chord, but if I play aggressively, the chord is stopped. All right, so let's take a look. Let me just bypass this and we'll go to our chord pads. So I'm hitting it, let's say softly and loud. So I would, it seems like it's responding as expected. I would make sure that perhaps you don't have any type of, if you have a input transformer that's maybe affecting, like filtering out notes of particular octaves. I don't know of any settings off the top of my head that would say, at certain velocities, don't kick on the chord pads or a threshold, and make sure there's nothing that's in your MIDI controllers. You could hit Alt or Option plus K and see if you get the same response from the software keyboard that you do from your MIDI keyboard. And if that's the case, then it's not going to be your MIDI keyboard, but a setting in Cubase. But you could use that as a control. All right, my chat field just jumped on me. Let me just scroll back and see. So just see, does anyone have an issue with the monitor button, yellow speaker button not working? So let's see if it's for an audio track, and let's say if there's no input. So it could be if there's no input, or if it is set to a mono in. So check to make sure that you actually have an input defined, because if it's set to no bus, then like for it won't work. But if there's a input from your audio connections that is defined, then it seems to kind of work normally for me. So make sure that you have an input defined. If you don't, then that could be causing that behavior. Okay, so I see since I installed FabFilter plugins, I have to click like a million times to get it to turn on. So I don't have any of the FabFilter plugins. I'll have to see if I could try to hit up a friend of mine that works there and see if I get a copy to check out. So. All right, so we have a question. Is there a way that using Cubase and watching YouTube at the same time in desktop? So yeah, you could do that. So, some audio interfaces go back and forth, and sometimes some audio interfaces don't like to switch sample rates so easily. It's like if you have a Dante system, switching from 48K to 44.1 could not be fun at times. But if we come over here and select your audio interface and go to audio system, you could choose release ASIO driver when application is in background. And then you should be able to just kind of be able to go back and forth between YouTube and Cubase and be able to hear. So once again, just go to your studio menu to not your audio connections. Don't make a mistake like I did. And go to your audio system and check release driver when application is in background. Some built-in audio interfaces, you may have to go into like a really, a very obscure place in their control panel and turn on the same thing there. So every audio interface's driver settings could be slightly different. There's no universal answer for that. So we see is Cubase 11 improved for managing VST instruments. So, there are always like little under the hood stuff that goes on, but there wasn't anything specifically, no like new features specifically done for working with VST instruments. I'm not sure if it was really kind of lacking anything. But I think if you have Cubase 10.5 or 10, it's going to work very similar in regards to managing VST instruments. All right, so I just see just a comment from Das Record or Das Record. No audio preview when browsing Media Bay. So how could we get that? So when we come over here to our loops, we could preview. Now, if you wanted to come over here and so this could be your audio connection. So this kind of goes through the listen bus. So if we don't have the control room activated, so if you're in Cubase Pro and you have your outputs connected, and I know this is a bit counterintuitive. Now we don't hear the control room. We don't hear the preview. So go to your audio connections and let's add a stereo out, but choose it to be not connected. And then in the control room, you could add a monitor and connect that output. And now you could just preview. So give that a shot, and I think that will help. Okay, still confused about musical and linear modes, what the difference is. Once upon a time, we were told not to switch between them too often. Still valid? No, I don't think it's really valid. It just, there's different functions that they do. So let's say, I'll just start with a quick, let's say if I was scoring something to video. Okay, so let's say I had my video window open. And let's say, so when you have musical mode, the timing is going to be based to the bar and beat. And when an event is in linear mode, the timing position is based on the actual time. So let's add 2 ruler tracks. All right, so I'm going to have bars and beats and then seconds here. I'm going to blow off a call from Fred Corey for you guys, famous drummer, composer. I'll call him after the hangout. Okay, so let's say I wanted to have just a quick cymbal sound. So I'll just add a quick instrument track. Okay, so I will. Okay, so let's say I wanted to have this sound at a very specific point in a video. So I'll just kind of play. Okay, maybe like right where those clouds are coming in. So I'll just come here, put this track into record. Okay, so let's say I did my horrible film composition. I'll come here. So let's say I come here and I'm just going to reposition that note exactly where the clouds come in. So I'll go to my transport and I'm going to just move the beginning of that note. Excuse me. So that note will start there. And let's say our tempo is set to 120 beats a minute. Just get a sip of water to drink. All right, so right now this track is in musical mode. If I adjust the tempo of the music to slow down and we play, that event doesn't come in when a time occurs, but comes in later, which actually ironically worked well. But so let's say I go back to 120 beats a minute where we were, and this kind of gong sound comes in right where the clouds do. So as I adjust the tempo here, if we look at the time based on bars and beats, we can see that the time, our bars and beats stay the same, but the time adjusts here. So we see that 11 is staying at the same tempo, but now the seconds are adjusting. So, but if I wanted this event to stay at the same exact time position, but have the other musical tracks slow, I would put this into linear mode. So now I could change the tempo down to 96 beats a minute. And that cymbal sound is going to come in at the same place, kind of regardless of the tempo. So linear mode tracks will allow you to have those particular tracks, you know, stay at the exact time position, like maybe synced to a visual cue, and not change the position when a tempo is changed. So that's really kind of the difference between linear and musical mode on tracks. All right, so we see a Happy New Year wish from Lawrence Koch. Happy New Year to you as well. And we see that Pro Wash DFW likes Legos like my son does. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, I'm from Norway. I have a question about chord pads. When mouse clicking them and sometimes the sound cuts off, is there a specific reason for this? I haven't come across that, but let me just go back to here. Let's try this project. So I'm just clicking with the mouse, and that's kind of like a note on message. And when we release the mouse, it's like a releasing the key, kind of like hitting a piano key. So I haven't run into that, but, you know, if it's, you know, let me know if you have the same behavior, if it's a, you know, if it's actual being triggered from a MIDI note versus the mouse, if that changes the behavior. And I'll just try one other thing. Let's say I'll send this to chord pads. And So it seems to be kind of working as I would expect it to. So, but let me know if it's different with a MIDI keyboard triggering that, or just or just from the mouse. Okay, we have a question. How do you add a bus and move the channel to the right by the main out fader? Okay, so let's say if I have, let's jump to another project here quickly. Okay, so there's two different things that you could do. So let's say I have a bunch of audio tracks at the top of my project. I go to my mix console. I see a number of audio tracks. Here's my stereo out. So if I wanted to take all of my tracks in a folder, and let's assign these to a bus. So I'll take these first 8 tracks. Then I'm going to right click and say, we're going to add effects channel to, or let's add a group channel to the selected. And you have these options in folder setup that you could create it inside the folder or outside the folder. And we could think of outside the folder as just to the right of the selected tracks. So if I do this, we have my 8 selected tracks. If we say outside folder, it's going to place the group channel directly here. So I could so now here's our group channel that we just created. So I'll undo that. Let's select those channels again. And if I choose to put it inside the folder, it's going to place it into the group folder, and that will place it directly close to the group, to the like physically close to the master stereo out fader. So, and another way to do this, if you wanted to move it, so let's say if I was, so I have my audio tracks here, and let's say I added my bus and I chose to add a group channel, we'll say outside a folder. If it's here and I want it to be more over to the right, what you could do is go into the visibility and then click on zones. And so now if I want to come here, I could anchor my stereo out and my group to the right, so that those will always be kind of anchored to the right-hand side. And then you could just, so even though this is in the track list right here, we could anchor this to the right, to the center, or to the left. So that's another way that you could do it if you know, or you could just physically move it to the bottom as well. That's another technique that you could do. So a couple different ways to get the groups near physically, visually to the stereo out. Okay, reading through different comments here. Okay, so we have, how do you set up an external module sampler to Cubase 11? So, really all you have to do is, if it's an external instrument, you just add a MIDI track wherever that is connected to MIDI-wise, for whether it's with a 5-pin DIN MIDI connection or a USB. You could now have so say I have it connected to the MIDI out of my Panorama P4, my Nectar controller. So now when I play MIDI on this particular track, that's going to take the incoming MIDI information and send it out to my Panorama P4, which is going to my hardware module. So once we have that hardware module, so that will send a MIDI to it. So many people will want to, and the problem is it doesn't incorporate the audio because the MIDI is just being sent out to your hardware module or sampler, and then it's generating the audio. So many people will take the audio outs and send it back into a mixer that you could hear the audio output from your audio interface and the audio outputs from your external devices. Now, another method that you could do is if you go to your audio connections menu, you could also add an external instrument. So let's say like I have an old JD800, and what I could do now is I could take two of the inputs of my audio interface and take the analog outputs or digital outputs, so the audio outputs from my instrument to audio inputs, it could be analog or digital, to audio inputs on my audio interface. And I could define where these are connected. And when I go to add an instrument track, I could say, okay, we want to come here to external plugins. And at this point, we could just say, I want to go to my JD800. And now the audio is going to be returned directly in here, and I could send MIDI to it. So those are a couple ways. And if you have a large MIDI rig, either you have a lot of, mixer with a lot of stereo inputs. Like I know a lot of MIDI guys, and I have two of them, like the Mackie LM3204, which is like the big MIDI rig mixer because it had 16 stereo inputs and 10 rack spaces or something like that. So that was a great bang for your buck. So in 20 rack spaces, I have 64 inputs, so 32 stereo inputs in my system. So I don't have to always have everything going through external instruments. But if you wanted to have that brought back so you could run your external instrument through the same EQs and software plugins, using the external instrument is a great way to go. Okay, reading through. See, Jazz Dude is helping a lot of people. Thank you for that. And he gets to do it in German and English because he's really smart. Okay. So just see a question. Hi, Greg. How would you go about splitting a long MIDI file, for example, 1-bar phrases, and save them as individual MIDI files? Okay, so I think there's not an automated process for this, but let's see. Okay, so I'll just do some random composition here. Okay, so let's say I have, just let's kind of create this part. So I'm going to grab the glue gun and we'll join all these together. Okay. So let's say if I come here and let's all right, so let's see if I export this as a MIDI file. So what you might do is, let's say if we want to do one measure parts, is there isn't like a batch export for MIDI. But say if I wanted to export a MIDI file, I'll call this one. And I'll see if the MIDI files follow the left and right locators. Okay, so I just kind of broke it down just by the left and right locators, and I don't know if this will do it, but let's take a look. So let's import the MIDI file. So it looks like it's just going to do the whole part. Let me just see if there's an export MIDI file preference that may just do between left and right locators. So you may have to kind of just do it manually. Okay, so if you choose export locator range here, so let's say I'll come here, let's do 4, 5, 6. So now I could base the MIDI file export on locators. So I'll export MIDI file and we'll just call this 4. Okay, so we'll just choose to export locator range. And we'll do one more. Hang on just one second. Okay, I'll try this. I may have to help my son really quick. And I'll just try this. So just go to import MIDI file. And now as we do that, it'll just do it based on the left and right locators. I'm going to go see what my son needs real quick. I'll be right back and we'll move on. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the interruption. Apparently my son's 2 guppy fish were fighting. So okay, so we have Henner checking in from Hamburg. All right, let's just So just see a comment from Gareth, no backbone in the New Year sale. So we're not going to do a sale until you actually buy it, Gareth. So just kidding. Okay, so hello, how to strumize MIDI notes. So, kind of a cool technique that a lot of people don't realize. Let's say if I have so one of the tools that you're going to have is just like a trim tool. So if you take this tool and if you hold down Alt or Option, you could just kind of now so instead of just making it all that way, and this way you could kind of do it for like a different musical context, but again, just select the trim tool and you could do Alt or Option and you could do kind of at the front, or you could also just kind of do it at the back as well. So now you can. So check that out, and that's one good way of being able to do that. Hello there. I've downloaded some amps and instruments. How can I insert them in Cubase? So, anytime that you have, I assume that these are plugins, but anytime that you're going to have plugins, you should see them in your VST plugin manager. So you can see your VST effects or VST instruments here. If it's a VST2 plugin, you may have to, excuse me, I'm going to sneeze. All right, sorry about that. You may have to come over here and you'll see the VST2 plugin path settings. And what this would allow you to do is to define, if it's a VST2 plugin, which folders for it to look in. And then you should see it listed here. And then once you have it in the VST plugin manager, or it's a VST 2.x plugin, that this will automatically show up in your plugin list, either for your effects or instruments. Okay. Okay, so I just see from Sir Robert, hello, Greg, is the metadata cart in Nuendo? So it isn't. So that's, one of the unique things with Wavelab. There is some metadata that you can put in. If you want to put metadata in Cubase or Nuendo to audio files, if you go to the media bay, you can come over here. So let's say if we have a particular audio file, so I'll just go over here to Documents, Projects. So let's say if I wanted to add metadata into files, I could just select so if you wanted to add the metadata, so let's say if we have that, you could go to the right hand side, make sure that is set up, and then you could add all sorts of different metadata directly in here. So you can see the audio properties, the track info, hit points, slices, audio assets, so broadcast wave data. So a lot of your data you could just import here. And once you have these checked, you could go and you could make your own metadata if you wanted to as well. And then you could just add all the different content here and store that information within the file itself. So it's slightly different approach, but you can still kind of get to the same spot. And just kind of getting back to, the plugin question, just in case you see the plugins and you don't know how to actually place them on a track. So just in case I misunderstood, I saw a comment from Tanmay that maybe realize that I might be just misunderstanding. But if you see the plugins there, you can just go to your inserts and then all of your plugins will show up here and you could just drag and drop your amp racks in. So if we just kind of wanted to go to like VST bass amp, you could just open that up, or the VST amp rack. So as soon as we come here to distortion again, let's say we'll just add those, and that's how you could just add plugins as inserts. If you're going to get rid of them, you could just drag them away like so. Okay, so hi, spectral layer opens, smaller in Cubase editor window. In the empty upper window, there is blue ghost many to click, but how to fit the right size in editor? Do you know solution for this? So let's take a look. All right, so say if I'm here and I want to launch my extension. Okay, so spectral layer opens smaller in the Cubase editor window. In the empty upper window, there's a blue ghost many to click, how to fit it to the right size in editor. Do you know a solution for this? So this is kind of how it works in mine. And if I wanted to go to full screen or back to my edit screen, I just kind of click on the arrow here. So I'm not sure if, what blue, there's blue ghost many. So I'm not sure if I'm maybe misunderstanding that, but just let me know. But I don't see that. All right, so we have CJ checking in from Las Vegas. Thanks for joining us. I see that Pablo doesn't have the Simon Phillips Jazz Kit. You should. It's really good. Okay, so we have a question from Tanmay. One, this is kind of a follow-up from the Hangout on Tuesday. The difference between block events as well as separate events when doing the render in place. So I got it figured out. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, so let's say I have my audio event here, and let's say I have this duplicated, but the third one I have a space here. So I have 3 separate events, and if I choose to render in place, so if we go to edit to render in place, I'll go to my render settings. So we have 3 separate events. And what this will do when we choose as separate events, it'll render these to our files. And I'll just, let's say, mute the source tracks. And this, so we will click on render. And as we do this, it's going to render 3 separate files. Okay, so if I'm here and I wanted to choose block events, what block events will do is if the 2 events are joined together or touching each other, that will render these 2 as one single event. So, and the other one will leave a space and still be separate, uniquely identifiable audio files. So when I go to render in place, we're going to choose render with, go to our render settings, and we'll choose block events. So now we will have this go down. So now the 2 events that were joined together, where there is no gaps, will be rendered as one single audio event. So that's one part as opposed to 2 parts there. And where there is a gap and where nothing is changed, that's when so this is one audio file, this is another audio file. So if the 2 are touching, those will be joined together as a block. So whereas separate events, each of them would be rendered as their own separate, unique event, but touching blocks will be rendered as one kind of consolidated file. Okay, so and let's do a follow-up question for Tan Mei. Let's see if this is... See if I get a question about doing video stuff. Let's see if I still have a project open. I don't think so. So let's go ahead and create that. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. If you've learned something new, make sure that you hit the like button and that you subscribe to the channel. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to just find a quick, I'll do a quick, maybe Groove Agent SE 1. All right, so let me just go over to maybe some patterns here. Okay, so let's say, okay, so I want it to be horrible film composer. I have so much respect for composers that I try not to ever be one. All right, so let's say we're playing, and let me just import a, so let's say I just have this video file, and at this point I wanted to, we're gonna have maybe a scene change kind of right here, and we're kind of playing along with our tempo. So let's say I'll just go ahead and just going to take it out of cycle mode. Sorry about that. All right, so I'll just bypass this, and let's say Okay, so I think Tan May's question was, if he wanted to have particular, parts that, I think in his case, he wanted like a hit to come in at a specific time. So let's say where we have the orange event here, where the video turns more orange, let's say right at this point, that we wanted an event to come in. I think he wanted like a particular measure to come in right at that time. And he noticed that if you want it to have like the time warp tool, so let's say I'll switch over to the time warp tool, that, the time warp tool here can just say, okay, we need measure, I need measure 5 to start here at this particular scene. And I need measure 9. So I'm just going to move measure 9 right to where it turns orange. So let's say I will just start this right at this time. Just get that in. So let's say we... So, what he wanted to do is to be able, I think, Tammy, correct me if I'm wrong, but we wanted to, like, right at this particular time to be able to move the measure. Now, as you move the time, it's going to, so if I say, okay, we're going to make measure 11 fit there, that will, play back. And that will kind of change the tempo. So you may just have to put in, tempo changes, at that specific time. Now, if you want, once you have those events in, you could lock their times, so if you have kind of like one tempo here and right at this point where you're, maybe you have 3 beats, before a tempo changes and you want different events to occur, you could just, go to even a signature track, and this is kind of the tricky part of film composing, so let's say if you have a signature track and, so you can say, okay, right at this point, I needed it to be just a 3/4 bar. To go to a 4/4 bar. And you'll see this a lot in film scores where they may just have to switch to do that. And just like we had shown before, if you want the tracks themselves to be tied directly to, the actual SMPTE timecode events, just place that track into linear mode. And those tracks will always be tied to the time as opposed to the bar and beat, and won't reflect and as we change the tempo, they're not going to actually change based on the tempo, but they will stick to the same visual time. So probably, what I would try first is just for your tracks that are in the pre-existing one, I would just take them and put those into linear mode for the track, because that way, as you change the tempo, those events are always going to occur where the DJ starts moving his hands. You could have that event always occur there regardless of what the tempo is. So that's how I would approach it. Okay. Okay, reading through different comments. All right, so my Cubase crashes a lot of times when I'm working. What could be the cause? A lot of times, could be, third-party plugins that often cause problems. And also there's, sometimes I've jokingly called it versionitis, where, not every component, if you're running a lot of plugins and a lot of different components, it could be that, like currently Cubase is set up to run in Big Sur, but a lot of audio interfaces are not. A lot of plugins are not. So about half the plugins, some plugins can run in Big Sur, some can't. So there's a lot of different variables out there. So I see Pablo needs a masterclass from Sir Simon Phillips. Simon is a really wonderful guy. So I've had the pleasure to hang out with him a couple of times, and just super sweet guy, just so incredibly humble. Told me all sorts of great John Entwistle stories too, so always like those. Him and Peter Frampton have shared a lot of great John Entwistle stories with me. He was kind of a boyhood hero. Okay, so we have a question from Vienna. So sampler track. It's not possible to change the sample start and sample end, but fade in and fade out works randomly on certain tracks. So let's take a look. So let me see if this is in 11. So it looks like, yeah, Cubase 11. So let's go ahead and okay, so let's say I'll just create a sampler track on that. So if you wanted to, so let's say, is it possible to change? It's not possible to change sample start and sample end. So if you come here, so let's say you select a range, then you'll see this little option appear, the trim sample. So you may have to just select a range and choose trim sample, and then you could just trim the sample accordingly. So if you just wanted to have that, just choose that and choose trim sample. So try that. So again, just kind of select here. You see this become visible and choose trim sample. So sampler track, is it possible to save settings like one shot, quality, extreme? As a general setting, quite annoying to activate it every time for a new sampler track. So let's say if I have a new sampler track, okay, just seeing if there's a way to save a sampler track without a particular sample with different settings. Just seeing if there's a way to save a track preset. So it doesn't look like we could save a track preset without a sample in it. So I'll try one more time here. So I don't think we could save it. Just I was just saying if we could save it maybe as a track preset without the sample in it. So, and I'll just see if I, so I'll just load a track preset. So you could save it like this, and let's see if you have this, set to lock. Once you have that done, I mean, it's not the best workaround, but you could save a kind of a blank sample track with, let's see if the lock works, if that sticks with the track preset. So if you save a track preset with a lock, then you could just kind of come over here and you could have the one shot and extreme set. I know that's a workaround, but I'll pass that on to our team. Okay, so we see creating new tracks. Why do I have to pick up the new track audio instrument always from the bottom of the session? Where's the preference to change that? So let's say if I'll just add a number of audio tracks here. Okay. So I think if I go to add a track here, so let's say I add an audio track and we'll call it January 7th. And I say add audio track, it's going to add it below the selected track. But if I think if I select the track, and let's say if I add, that it's going to add it below the bottom track or below the selected track. So if I wanted to add a new track here, I could select that track, give it a name, and hit add track, and it'll be added directly below audio 02. So you could try that to make sure that you select the track. Then it's going to go under the selected track. Okay, so we say mixer send says after deleting a random send effect on a snare track, for example, in the mixer, it also selects the snare track when assigning the send effect to new track when soloing. So let's take a look. And let me just revert this quickly. All right, so let's say I'll have a snare, let's say on my snare here. All right, so say I'll add my snare. Okay. So it says, so after deleting a random send effect on a snare track in the mixer, it also selects the snare track when assigning the send effect to a new track when soloing. Okay, so I'm going to, let's say, go to so I'm going to delete this from that particular track. So I'll just say no effect. And let's go to my kick track. And I'll just make the kick really loud so it's obvious. And let's go to our send. And let's send that to the revelation. So we're going to turn this on. I'll just put on another source here. Okay, so let's say, so it also selects a snare track. Okay, so if I solo this, okay, so just make sure I'm doing this right. So it also selects a snare track when assigning the send effect to the new track when soloing. So I think I see what you're talking about, and I'll do some more investigation on it. So if you want to send me an email to Club Cubase at Steinberg.de, I could spend some more time, but I think I see what you're talking about with that. So it doesn't seem right to me. Okay, so also missing beat designer features, so presets, save patterns, undo, etc. When using it, the sampler track in conjunction, it should refresh the mapping with a mouse click. Okay, so let's just go to the sampler track. Okay, so all right, so let's say if I come here to my MIDI inserts, and I'm not sure if this is when it's been sliced. Okay. So say, okay, let's just say if I have, I'll just try it on a quick instrument track and see. Okay, so let me go back to my sampler track. Okay, so there's the save preset, load preset. Save pattern. So it looks like those are kind of identical between the two. So make sure that you're clicking over here as well. So say if you wanted to load a preset, this is on the sampler track. You know, you could just kind of load and save your presets. So those look kind of identical to me. So, but if I'm doing something wrong, just send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de. And also saying in our comment, I would love to have MIDI modifier presets. So I'll pass that along as well. I can see the use for that. Okay, reading through different comments. All right, so we have someone on from Thailand. Welcome. Okay, just reading through more comments. All right, so I see Tim Weinheimer saying learning lots of great new things today about Cubase. That's great. All right, so Michael wants everyone to hit the like button again. So all right, so I'm seeing a question or comment. Sorry, let me just My chat field just jumped on me. Let me go back to where I was. I was just reading a comment about Imager plugin. So I have lots of questions in my future. Right. So I was just reading a question. I think I may have lost some questions. I apologize about the Imager plugin and dynamics. So I think it was just from the person. We just went through a series of their questions. So maybe if you could just retype that in, we could catch it before the end of the Hangout. Sorry about that. So sorry if I lost some questions. All right. Good to see Ambient Dave on the Hangout. It's probably been on for a while. All right. All right, going through different comments here. Okay, so just see a comment. Thank you so much for answering my questions on linear and musical mode so clearly and beautifully. So glad it was helpful. All right, Michael Teams is indicating that I am La Leche. So it's supposedly a compliment. I'm still not sure. All right, so I could see Kyle Kennedy checking in on his lunch break. All right, good to see David Reuter and Kristen Parisi in Nashville in the Hangout. So hope to see you both in person when the pandemic ends. All right, Greg, how to show a minor chord to C major chord, vice versa in key editor, chord selection, tab, not chord track. Okay, so I think if it's an enharmonic shift, so I'm not sure, obviously an A minor, so to show a minor chord to C major chord or vice versa. So if it's an enharmonic shift, so let's say if we have a chord track, we just jump back to a different project. I think we may have a chord track in this. Okay, so let's say if I have a chord track, so let's say we are in E flat. Okay, so let's say we have E flat and A flat, B flat, and I wanted to now so I'll just drag these down quickly. Okay, so I will join these together. So let's say I have this and I wanted to see, let's say the chords with the enharmonic shift. I think this is a question that you had on Facebook the other day. So let's say if I wanted to go to my status line, and here we could see kind of the chords indicated here. So I think that there is a preference that you may want to check out Tanmay. So if you come over here, it might be under MIDI. or if it's under chord track. So let me just look for it. Okay, so here you could choose N harmonics, I think from chord track. So now, like as you select, the harmonics will be based upon the chord track here. So I know it could be frustrating to see D sharps before E flats and different stuff like that, but come over here. So once you have kind of the chord track set up, go to preferences and activate the enharmonics from chord track, and then the chord spellings that you'll see on the notes and within the chords in the MIDI key editor should reflect the same kind of chord spellings that you see from the chord track. And even if you just set the key without the chord track, if you just set the key directly here, you could do that as well. Yeah. So I thought Ambient Dave's birthday was I see Pablo wishing him a happy birthday. I thought his was in about 2 weeks, as I know it's on a Friday. So. Okay, so I see from Paul Claridge, hi Greg, can then add chords from D major scale, A, B, C sharp minor, and then play the following notes quickly, A, B, C, C, B, C, etc. On the white keys, my computer misses notes every time it hits on a C sharp minor, the chord track. So if we wanted to, let's take a look. So let's say if I'm here and I'll just go to the scale assistant, and this is new in 11. So if I'm here, so I want this to be in D major. Okay. So I'll just kind of hit the same notes. Okay. So now we could say snap live input. So as I play, let's say I'll just, I could just do this in step entry. So I'll just hit ABC, ABC. We'll see what happens. Okay, so let's say I'll just hit ABC on my live input. So, it's going to, so there could be kind of some different algorithms. So this, we could say, I only want it to be within the scale, and it will just, and I see it's not taking the C to C sharp, but it is keeping it within the B. I could try a different approach to that as well. So let me just try another method. So that's one algorithm that you could do. And then obviously you could change it, but let's say if we go to our input transformer, let's come over here, and I think we could choose to filter, or let's transform notes. We'll say value 1 is going to be transposed to scale, and let's say D major. So as I record in, all right, so it seems like it's taking, my C's and turning them into B's, which is kind of technically correct, but it may not show you the 7th kind of as you want. So, it's within the scale. All right, so I'm just going to do this with the chord track as well. And let's say if I have, okay, so I'll just take this, let's make it into, I'm just going to take my chord track here. And I'm just going to transpose my chord track down. This is another approach we might be able to do. All right, so let's say, okay, so let's say I have DGA, and now I wanted to follow, I could go to my chord tracks to live input. And now let's say if I set it to chords and scales, and I'll just kind of play the ABC notes again. Let's see if it gave us any C sharps. And see if there's a different algorithm setting. Maybe I'll just, all right, so let's see what chords it's giving me, what notes. I'm just kind of playing A, B, and C. So, yeah, I could play around with it a little more, Paul, if you want to send me an email. But, I mean, it's keeping it within the chord, but I can see where it's maybe not give you the results that you would want for that particular thing. All right, just reading through comments. Agent K wants to see guppy fish fight that my son's having. I'll see if I can capture it on video and share. Okay, just reading through a lot of comments and see how we're doing on time. So, doing pretty well. We had some questions that were sent in. I've been accused by Gareth of trying to trick him with my Jedi mind tricks. So, you'll just dream about guppy fish fights later tonight. So. Nice segue, Agent K, for the Discord plug. All right. Okay, so we have a question. Hey, Greg, thanks for these streams. Can you explain the differences between reverence and revelation, and tell which one you prefer? So, the two main kind of the big reverb plugins that come with Cubase, we'll just go ahead and add the effects channel tracks. So we have Revelation, which is an algorithmic reverb. And that means that there's, through various algorithms, they come up to recreate actual, ambient spaces. So often use like what a digital reverb is used for, like we could have the size and you could tailor the particular sound. And then you're going to have reverence. And reverence is a convolution reverb. And a convolution reverb is actually based upon samples. So if I wanted to come over here, so let's say, okay, let's go to like a Dutch concert hall. And you could actually just kind of listen to this. I'll turn this up a little bit. So once you're, I have it muted, but so we could think of this as, a sample. So if we were to think of like an instrument, we could think of like a synthesizer trying to synthesize an acoustic instrument. That often you get better results with sampling because you're taking an actual sample of the particular instrument. So we could think of the convolution reverb is going to be where they've gone into different ambient environments, and they've sampled what that ambience is and loaded it in as a wave file. So that's what the convolution reverb is done. Now you have the algorithmic reverb, and for years and years, people have had plates and digital reverbs, going back to lexicons and AMSs and Eventide boxes, where you have digital reverbs. So they had their own kind of unique sound and characteristics, and often could create an environment, a room, an ambient characteristic that was never physically possible to have, and you could think of like in the 80s when everyone was doing like gated reverbs, where you have this amazingly huge reverb sound, but it just cuts off, completely unnatural. So how I would, if I had to give you like the, one paragraph when to use each one, I would say for like, maybe EDM pop production, a lot of kind of more modern music, I would tend to use the Revelation. If I was doing more Americana, more classical, if I was a composer wanting to get my string libraries to sound very natural in the environment, a key component of that is going to be the convolution reverb. So, can you switch if you kind of tweak it and really, dial it in to make either reverb work for those different scenarios? Yes. But kind of for more natural, organic reverb environments, I would go for the Reverence, which is the convolution reverb. And for more kind of pop modern productions, I would go with Revelation. So, it's almost like saying, in which one is better. It's like saying, which blue is better. It could be incredibly personal, but, if I was just starting off and I wanted to get the sound for a particular project without spending a lot of time tinkering and tweaking stuff, that's how I would approach it. Okay. Okay, so I just see a comment from Kyle Kennedy. It says, I have 2 dongles. Can I add my licenses to both? I only have 1 rig, but what if one breaks? So your license, if you have one Cubase license, it could reside on one dongle, one USB-E licenser at a time. So. So I was also wondering, I have an old dongle, which got Cubase 10.5 Artist, and it seems to have a VST Transit Pro, and my new dongle got 10.5 Pro, but Transit Elements. Is it possible to transfer it? So if you have licenses on either dongle, either USB-E licenser, often called a dongle, you can connect both of them and just drag the license from one USB-E licenser to the other using the E-licenser program. So I'm not sure if it's a separate license for transit. Maybe it's VST Connect Pro and VST Connect. And as Jazz Dude mentioned, one license per dongle. Okay, so we see, hey Greg, question. How do I set up control room monitor and headphone profiles, i.e. my Yamaha and AJGs? So I'm not sure when you kind of mention profiles, if it's a different EQ that maybe you're using. So I'm not sure what the AJGs are, Dina. But you could, depending on your audio interface, you could have, often the audio interfaces will have the first two outputs mirrored into headphones. Some of them you could, have separate discrete outputs. So within the control room, you have, so say if we go to our studio to audio connections and let's go to our control room, you could have a separate phones output. So if you wanted to, here you could have additional outputs, let's say 3 and 4 that are feeding to the headphones here. And the headphones in a control room is intended for not for the artist listening to headphone mix, but maybe if you're doing like a critical edit, the headphones are kind of used for in the control room headphone monitoring. But when you mentioned, Dina, the profiles, I'm not quite sure. I have Yamaha headphones, but I'm not sure what AJGs are. So maybe if you could let us know. Okay, so let's see. We had a question about the Atmos renderer in Nuendo. So let's go ahead and open that up really quick. Good to see you, Michael. Happy New Year. Okay, let me just... see if this is a project I was thinking of. Okay, so let me just okay, so let me just take a look. Okay, so we have the rifle shots. Let me just go there. All right, sorry, just get the right program. So it's a okay, so we're going to create the outputs. All right, so see if we come over here. So let's just. There's an LFE out that we could. So I'm just kind of seeing if it's set up. So it may, Michael, if you want to email me, I could take a look at it over after the hangout a little bit, just so I get a better idea to see if I could figure it out for you. But maybe it's just coming here from the LFE. So maybe if you try just sending the level of the LFE, maybe if you do it from within the panner, but I could be misunderstanding. So. Okay, so I see Dina's comment about so different headphone profiles for Yamahas and AKGs. So there isn't any particular like processing, like an EQ profile between the two different Yamaha headphones or AKG headphones. So it could be you just get used to listening to either of the different headphones, but there's nothing in the control room. There may be like Sonar Works or there may be some modeling things, but I'm not sure if I would trust those as much as just kind of your own judgment. Okay, so Cubase used to create automatic hit points for audio I selected, and I could quantize without opening event, but now I had to open up the event and turn on hit points. Is there a way to turn back on? So I think there is. If we go to preferences, and let's see if it's under maybe record audio. But there's a preference where you could say you could turn on or off hit points during record. So just look under here, editing to audio, and make sure that you have the check mark placed on enable automatic hit point detection. So make sure that that is checked right there. So editing, under preferences, editing, audio, enable automatic hit point detection. So I just see question, is there a way to do the channel routing in the lower zone mixer in Cubase 11? So let's go back to, so a lot of times you could do kind of a lot of the routing from the actual inspector as well, maybe not from the lower zone, but you don't have to go into the dedicated mixer. So let's say if we have 8 audio tracks, and we're in the mix console here. So let's just choose not, I'll just hide my input channels. So if I have these, and if I wanted to do like send them to a bus, I could select, right click, and add a group channel. And it's all now routed directly to this bus. If I wanted to change like the input output ports, I could select these all, and if I wanted to send these to no bus for all the channels, I could hold down Alt plus Shift, or Alt or Option plus Shift, and say, okay, now these are not routed. So let's say I want all these routed to the iPad for the input. So you could set up and if you hold down Shift, you could do that sequentially. But you don't see the routing options in the lower zone, but you could do the routing options for the selected tracks from the inspector using like the quick link. So I see from Michael at Coast Mastering, when bouncing an audio file, is there a way to keep an audio in place and place bounce file in a lane on the same track, or moved pre-bounced to a lane or replaced audio tracks? I've kind of passed that feature request on before, so hopefully we'll see it, or maybe to a new track version. So, but I'll reiterate the suggestion again. So see a comment, I love these hangouts. I've joined a few over the last few months. Really nice tips. How on earth does Greg know Cubase so well? It amazes me, his knowledge. So I just kind of, been doing it for a while. So I guess I have my, they say 10,000 hours of doing something. So I guess I have that for doing Cubase over the years. I've kind of grown up with it. But it's, I remember Hans Zimmer once told me, he's like, we did kind of like a Cubase session for a couple of days. And he's like, you're the only person that runs Cubase, not for yourself. So, I thought that was kind of a very interesting comment from Hans, so I always try to think of how other people are using it as opposed to my own personal uses. So just see a comment. Hope the guppies are okay. I think they're okay. There's may have been a little bit of a political insurrection. So they're inspired by our local events here in our neighborhood, about 10 miles away from our house. All right. But we did have an issue of domestic terrorism about a month ago with the fish. Okay, question. Hey, Greg, can you show the different ways to find and set your session's BPM to match 2-track instrumental? All right, so let's come over here. Just open up a different project. Thought it would be in my recent list. Bear with me just a second. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, so anytime that you have like just an audio file that doesn't have like a set BPM, something like this, all you have to do is, and if you have audio files that are varying tempos, really all you have to do is select the file of one, come over, and let's do a tempo detection. So I'm going to analyze the audio file. We'll listen to it because you may have to do like, here's like it's on an offbeat. So we figured out kind of what the tempo is. And we can see that roughly every beat, like in real played music, will be slightly different tempos. And so say I want to find the downbeat because it'll do it as 1/4. So we want to change the time signature to 4/4 at the downbeat. So we see all the tempo fluctuations here. And what I want to do is to basically tell the program that this audio file is fluctuating in tempo. And I want to embed the metadata of the tempo changes into the audio file itself. So what I do is go to my audio to advanced, and I say set definition from tempo. And you can do this for multi-track or just a single track. We could put this into the project or embed it into the audio files themselves. So I hit OK. And once that's done, we'll see this little icon here indicating that it has the tempo. So once you've done that with a track, it'll now be, it'll just stick to the tempo track and follow the tempo track regardless of what you tell the tempo track to do. So instead of the tempo track fluctuating slightly every beat, I could just say make it steady 120 or make it a steady 144 beats a minute. Or make it 96 beats a minute. $156. And it can do that for, all of the files, so, but if I wanted to just take like a performance and just regulate the tempo or say, okay, I wanted to ramp up slightly here, I could just take that. So we'll just see kind of speed up slowly over time. So we're going to build up in a cello rondo. Then we go back to the original tempo. And even if I wanted to take a section and say this is fluctuating too much, I could just take the tempo information right here and just kind of compress it so that the variations are less. So now any other file that you have that's tempo based, will just again just follow and stick to the tempo changes that you have. But do a tempo detection, go to your audio and advance set definition from tempo. And instead of the audio file having one single static tempo value, it's going to have multiple files that are embedded so that the program can accurately stretch it, slow it down, speed it up to make it fit the corresponding tempo with a high degree of accuracy. Okay, reading through some comments. Okay, so I just see a question. Why is my toolbar and the sampler track different than yours? Cubase 11, no trim sample option, only RW scroll preset and file names, tempo, root key, nothing else. So sometimes it could depend on if there's something selected, like a range selected. So let's say if I, have, so say I'll just take this, and so we have a sampler track here. So if some of the functions aren't selected, just kind of, select, go to the top, and it'll turn into like a range tool, select the range, and then those functions will become visible. So if there's no range selected for it to trim, the trim isn't active or visible. So try that, Taylor, and let me know. So without that, I had the same question myself when I was learning Cubase 11. So I was like, oh, I'm stupid, So some things, needs to have a selection, and then other options will become available. So give that a try, Taylor. Okay, so it says, hi, I'm back. Does anyone know why the generic remote won't save setting applied to the master stereo output? channel audio settings save except for the master channel. I'm on Cubase 10.5. So I'll try it in Cubase 11 here really quick. So let's say I want to do for generic, I'll just come right over here. Let's do, let's say mixer, stereo out. And let's say, let me just put an insert in and we'll see if it sticks. Okay, so I will come over here. So let's say we'll get to our generic remote. And I want it to be the second fader. So let's say we'll get to the VST mixer. Stereo out. And let's say I want it to be my frequency insert. And I'll just say EQ1 gain. Okay, so I will go ahead and save that. So let's just save this quickly to my desktop and let's see. Close this project and let's see if that setting will stick. So I go to Studio Setup. And let me open it up. Okay, so we had a frequency still on. We'll see if it sticks. So it looks like it saves on, the project. And I think what could be causing this is sometimes these could be based on how many tracks are in a project. So if there's, 3 tracks versus, 1,000 tracks, that these may be contingent upon the number of tracks and how it counts. So, but it looks like it's saving kind of within the project, right there. So where you have kind of consistent track counts. And if you find yourself, needing to always start with that, you could save it as a template. Okay, and we had another question since we're kind of in this area of how to get a control room plugin to work in a within a generic remote. So, and a lot of people when they come over here, they put the inserts on, let's say the particular. So let me just collapse these. They may go to the monitors and set, for the different monitors, the different headphones here. So if you put the inserts in the monitor section, where you could switch between different monitors, that won't show up. So if you wanted to control a plugin for the control room through generic remote, click on the main tab, and this will reveal other parameters. So if you have the main tab, click on the main kind of inspector bar here in the control room, and then click on main. You get some, additional functionalities, but here you could have inserts. So if I wanted to put, a frequency EQ on my control room, now what I could do is go to the control room settings, and we could say we want to go to the VST control room, and now we could go to insert one frequency, and now we could have this particular remote control. But if you put the plugins on the monitors, those won't be controlled via the generic remote. It has to be kind of in the insert stage for the control room itself. Okay. You see Dina is mentioning she calls all of her tracks, the little gibberish thing I type in. It's unique, That way it's your track, Dina. So. All right, good to see Grant Nicholas on the Hangout, and indicating he loves the multiple export functions in Cubase 11. That's great. It's a wonderful feature. We're kind of doing the previews for some of the artists for the launch videos. That was the one kind of consistent thing that everyone loved, regardless of what type of work they did. So I just see a question from, I think it's the hitter. Is there a way to load Cubase without searching for the content? I changed hard drives, and now I have to click through cancel through 80 missing libraries when I load Cubase. Thanks. I think if you go to the content library manager here, so let's say if you go to the Steinberg library manager, and you just click on Cubase Nuendo, so any of the content here, you could just go to details, and you could choose to remove or just go to your details, and then Cubase will stop the association with that, or you could change it and direct it to the new location if you want it to. So try that. Same comment from Jazz Dude. We need a button to start Cubase with the MIDI files, but deactivated. Okay. Hey, Greg. Hope all is well. Is there a way to change the grid size in the drum editor globally, like the key editor, or can you only change it per lane in the drum editor? Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, we're doing well on time. so I'll just drag this over. Okay, so is there a way to change the grid size in a drum editor globally, like in a key editor, or can you just change it per line? So I think kind of as you zoom in, so you can see the grid values change. So let's say if we're looking at our drum editor here, so we can see kind of, if we wanted to enter in different grids. So let's say if I do this as half notes, or let's do 16th note triplets, let's say 8th note triplets here. So if we wanted that to be global, let's see if I hold down Alt Shift. See if I can do it with the modifier key. So by default it'll be 16th notes, but so, with this, you could say, okay, I want my snares to be quarters, my hi-hat to be eighth notes, or so you can have different grid lines shown here rhythmically. But I'm trying to see if there's a way to change this. Let me see if it's at the drum map level, if we could do it. I don't see a way to change it globally. I mean, it'll start off all being kind of 16th notes until you change it. But I'll see, I'm trying to see if there's like a modifier key that can change all the snaps accordingly, but I don't seem to be finding one. So, but I'll play around with it if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, so I just see, I think we did this last week or on Tuesday's Hangout about, sorry, my chat field jumped on me. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, so sorry, just finding my place. All right, so I just see coloring MIDI notes to chord track not working properly in Cubase 11, in key and out of key is coloring correctly. Color when note is in the chord is not displayed. So I'm not sure if this was kind of intentional for, the design of, let's say see, let's see if I have a chord track. So let's say if I drop a chord in here. Okay, so we'll switch our coloring type, let's say to scales chords. Right, so say if I just come here. So I noticed this on the last Hangout as well. It didn't seem to indicate chords versus in key or out of key. I'll check with the developer if there's a reasoning behind that. I know maybe it's a different school of thought since it's the scale based in the MIDI key editor, but I know the behavior is different than previous versions that had kind of the 3 distinctions or 4 distinctions. So just see, is there a chance to save workspace presets without any zoom settings, mixer and edit windows? I think that those will be, let me just add a workspace. So just add it quickly to the project here. All right, so let me just... So I think, that most people would tend to want to have the workspaces kind of stored with the current zoom setting. So I think that's how it's designed. But I could see where, you may want the option to exclude the zoom settings, but, I think the vast majority of people would be upset if the zoom settings weren't preserved, but I could pass it along. All right, so we see Renato Kohler says, this is my first time here and I'm very thankful. That's great, thanks. Hope you're learning a couple tips and tricks. Okay, so it says, this might be from previous discussion. It says, I meant when adding new effects tracks for instruments, sample tracks, it works. They only open from the bottom of the session. So again, let's say if I add an effects channel track and I choose to create it outside a folder, that is added just directly below that. So let's say I go directly below my electric piano. I add an effects channel track. So just add an effects track and let's make this. And we'll see if it goes directly below the electric piano. So as it does. So it just goes below the selected track when you choose to create it outside of the folder. Okay, so we have a question from Michael. How can I get the waveform to not be displayed in the automation tracks in Nuendo? So it's going to be the same for Nuendo and Cubase. You go to the automation panel and go to, and I'll just show this for benefit of people. So let's say we have automation on a particular track here. Okay, and you could choose to show data on tracks. So in this way, as you're editing, you could see if you want to be like really precise with the waveform, but if you don't want to see the waveform in the automation lane, again, you could hit F6, go to your automation panel, go to settings, and show data on tracks or not show data on tracks. Okay, so you see that Michael's famous, according to Dina, because he's in every hangout. So all right, so this is a comment earlier that I think I lost right before my screen, my chat field changed. So regarding the imager, it's nice, but only static. I really use it to narrow super wide VST instruments. Would love to have a dynamic mode where it auto rides the individual band into mono compatibility. So, it could, I understand where, you might want to have, so let's say if I'm here and I'll just go back to this project here quickly. So if you're not familiar with the multiband imager, so let's say I'm here, and we'll just get to the imager plugin. So in this way, what we could do is have each of the different frequency spectrums, and we could adjust the width to make the low end kind of more mono. So if you're not familiar with it, you could just kind of just turn the click off. But I guess you want it to be more dynamic, but you can automate changes as you see fit. So if you wanted to. Now everything that you just did could be so you can automate it as well if you needed to kind of change accordingly. So we'll just see some of the automation start to kick in. But I guess a dynamic imager, I'll pass along to the DSP team, because they sometimes, like interesting stuff like that. But I see your point. Okay. So I just see question, hello, is voice killer and voice harmony also in Cubase Artist or Elements? So I don't think, I know that with Cubase 11, Cubase Artist got Very Audio. So that was kind of bringing that down to the Cubase Artist level, but I'm not sure if it does harmonies, and I don't think that the Cubase Elements does. But I could look it up real quick after the hangout if you want to send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, reading through. Okay, reading through comments. Thanks for all the great discussion. Okay, so I see the point says when we go to add a sample track with the media, from Media Bay, where we right click and create sample track. So this will be kind of placed at the bottom of the project. So when we click there, so, but I'll just try. So I believe that will be kind of fixed to the bottom. But if you wanted to, let's say if I have a sample track, like an effects channel track, one thing that you could also do that a lot of people don't realize. So let's say I just have a number of audio tracks here. You could just drag and drop. So let's say I wanted to add an effects channel track of, let's say, my reverb. So I'll just come here and do my revelation, and I could just drag and drop and place it anywhere that I want as well. Okay, so we see Pablo wants more and more impulses for reverence. So they usually, I think with 10.5, there's a bunch of plates that were added, or version 10. So a lot of stuff gets added, and then sometimes it could get overlooked with all the great new features. Hey, Greg, can you show how you would go about clip gain automation and de-essing directly on the audio events? So I know lots of people. Let me just open up a project where I did a lot of clip gain stuff. Just open it up here real quick. So sometimes when, like I had one particular vocal track that was probably tracked with a pretty heavy compression. And what we're able to do is to, take, and I actually kind of made a macro for this. So I'll just drag this here. And I just kind of took out a lot of... So when I come here, sorry, so when we had like the breath in naturally, it'd be like, so I went through and just kind of found a bunch of, cut out breaths. And sometimes I found that if you totally cut the breaths out, it sounds really unnatural. You kind of almost expect to hear the singer breathe, and it's like you don't want it to be such a light switch where it's on or off and it's totally binary. So, having those natural breaths can make a big difference, but sometimes it could be annoying. So being able to go in and just be able to, cut out the little section and do... So let me just, and be able to just, take the breath, split it, and be able to bring it up or down. I do that a lot. Now with de-essing, often what I'll do is just, you have a little bit here, but you could just go to like the channel strip. And you could just do de-essing right here. So let's say if I just want to come here. So, within, I don't know why it's spinning off the MIDI note. I'll play around with it. But, check out, you have like kind of different male and female de-essing capabilities. And you could do that quite effectively inside of Cubase. So I know we had a couple questions running a little late that were mailed in. Let's see if I know we answered some of them. So Jan had sent in a question about, having the ability of hitting like an OK key or like an enter to execute a command within a macro. So currently I haven't been able to figure out how to do that. I don't think it's a function within a macro. Sometimes when different parts of the program are doing different things like, executing or saving a task, it's generally not available as a macro. So, but I'll play around with it some more, but I don't think it's possible to have like, and, do this, hit OK, hit the enter button to get that particular function. All right. So we did. Okay. So we had a question from Johnny Diaz. If I'm recording audio in the middle of the song and I decide to change the tempo and have two different tempos on the song, will using a tempo track adjust the grid and click to the new tempo and the new part for the song, or do I need to edit something and get it to the grid? So doing a tempo change will do kind of exactly that. So let's say I'll just do a new project quickly. And we'll add a tempo track. So let's say I'll just step. So as soon as we have, you see that the grid, no matter what tempo we put in, will be exactly the same. I'll turn on my click track. But the grid will stay the same. So just activating the tempo and making sure that the tempo track is active. So if I didn't have the tempo track active, it would just play back a static tempo. But now activating the tempo track will just simply enable the grid to be aligned directly to the tempo. And that's why you want to. Okay. So it says, hi, I've been using Cubase IC Pro on my laptop for a few years now. It usually works pretty well for key commands. Lately, when I try to search for a key command, it will crash. Same when I try to save a new layout I made. This makes it impossible to customize those layouts, and it's really all I wanted to do. I've seen online several people with the same problems. Any solution for this, or any program that can do this? So I haven't come across that, but if you could let me know which, so this is from Ryan English, but which version of Cubase that you're having the problem with. If it's Cubase on, if it's like Cubase 10, Cubase 8, 11, Mac or PC, that would be helpful as well. But I kind of, charged up my iPad and was doing a bunch of IC Pro stuff, and I, tried to recreate that, and it was kind of working on my end. Okay. All right, so I'm seeing Dina just kind of mentioning about the EQ profiles for AKG and Yamaha. So, theoretically, all the headphones are flat. So we don't really have a, like different EQ profiles for that. So. All right, so we see a question, how to make default settings of input faders so they're not showing up every time I start a new project. So you could, just start off with a template. So, that's a pretty common thing to do, is just to save it with a template. For a lot of people, they're often frustrated when they can't find the input or the input channel. So they try to, and I think by default, Cubase will actually have it filtered out. But try starting off with a template. All right, we got just a couple more minutes and we'll wrap up. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. I hope everyone's learned a new tip or trick. If you have, make sure you subscribe to the channel and that you give a thumbs up. Okay, so it says, I have not used the control features yet, but can someone tell me the best way to put some reverb in the ear of a singer so that they can hear their vocal with some effect while singing? If you just have an audio track, you could just put on, and let's say if you're here, we have our audio track, let's add, an insert effect on that, or just an effects channel. So let's add effects channel to the selected channels. Let's make it a reverb. And then at that point, you go to the audio channel, you could hear the reverb. Now, the one thing, if you're a vocalist, this could impose latency, which sometimes it could be a little off-settling to the vocalist. So some reverbs will have lower latency than others, but that will compound to the latency. Some of the audio interfaces, like the Steinberg UR series, have built-in reverb on a DSP, so there's no perceptible latency with that. So, but one other thing, if you're doing this and they want to hear reverb, you will have to go to the audio system and you select the audio, go to your studio menu to studio setup, select the audio interface, and then uncheck direct monitoring. Otherwise, the signal won't get passed through to the reverb. So you don't need a control room for that, but you can. All right, let's just go through some more questions before we wrap up. All right, so I see Dina say Greg is Cubase. I just show what a bunch of really talented people in Germany create, so I can't take any credit for it. Okay, see how we're doing. So we're just about out of time. Let's see if there's maybe one more question. So I see, hi Greg, often spend time looking for settings within the Cubase preferences window, wishing there was a search text box. Has the development team considering implementing such a feature? The preferences are always kind of an interesting thing where, some of the comments I've got from the project planning is like, oh, when someone wants to change, it's like, oh, just put a preference in and we'll get the preferences organized later. So we're not going to do a search box. It'll be organized, but I'll pass it on again. See John Costigan, thanks. I didn't know you could vary the depth of tempo straightening, embedded and recorded track. Tip of the day. They did it for the automation. I said, oh, it'd be so cool if you could do this with tempo stuff too. And they did. So. Okay. See John Costigan also plays fretless bass. That's good. All right, so I think we're just about out of time. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up before we lose our closed captioning. So thanks for all the wonderful questions. And if you have questions, you could send them in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. I think we should be back on Tuesday of next week at our normal time. So everyone have a wonderful weekend and please stay safe and healthy. We'll talk to you next week. Take care.